1,000 viewers, 7,000 times 3, or let's say a little bit less than that, I'd be getting paid over $100,000 a month to spam 6 minutes of ads. Over $100,000 a month. Let's do my main channel. So, average viewers was 75,000. Now it's 0. Yeah, we got ourselves a big old fucking goose egg right now. However, let's say it was 75,000. I was not getting 75,000 average viewers then. I was during Lost Ark and the Johnny Depp thing. Let's say 50, 60,000. How about 50,000? Yeah, I fell off. Yeah, this is a fucking this is an L plus ratio here. And so anyway, let's say 50,000. We'll make it very simple. 50,000. And let's take 50,000 and let's see. So 7 times 7 is 49, and so it's a little bit more than that. So let's just multiply this 44 number by 6.5. So just to round it down a little bit, because it was 7.5, and multiplying it 6 times or 7 times will obviously result in a excess of about 3,000, 3,500 specifically. And so anyway, let's go ahead and do calculator. Open a calculator. So we're going to go ahead and multiply 44,000, and we'll just round it down just to keep these numbers simple. And times, we'll do 7. $300,000 a month. You know what? I don't think ads are that bad. I think ads are actually pretty good. Yeah, this ad situation's not that bad. You know what? I mean, like, listen. Like, look, you download Twitch Turbo, you figure something else out about it. Like, look, guys, that's it. Yeah, I mean, what's wrong? You should do it, dude. The thing is, you know what the best part about this is? It doesn't stop at 6 minutes. It keeps going up to 10.
It's quite obvious to me now.
So if you take this, right? So if you take this, so let's take 44,000, divide it by 6, so this is the dollar value per hour, and then you multiply this by 10, which is this number, 73,000, and then you multiply that by 7, then if I ran 10 minutes of ads, I would be pulling down half a fucking mil every month. Isn't that crazy? And that's just from the ads. Top of the hour, every hour. Dude, this is a scheme. I know, bro. This is insane. Yeah, oh, it's insane. I know, it's nuts, right? It's a lot of fucking money. That's wrong, though. You have a different dollar value per minutes. So I am assuming that these numbers are not generated bespoke. These are generated, what that means is that they're not generated by hand for this individual person. These are generated through an algorithm. And I am assuming this algorithm factors in geography. It factors in the average viewers, obviously. It factors in the hours streamed, and it probably factors in hours watched. And I think that it might also factor in a number down, is it somewhere around here? I forgot where it is. The amount of time that an average viewer spends inside of a stream. So I think that there's a number over here that I can pull up and show you guys. Let's go ahead and see. 100% correct, what I got as well. Yeah, it's something like that. Let's see, can I find any of these? I forgot where the, maybe it's under statistics. Let's see if I can find it here. Shit, I can't. That's unfortunate. But yeah, overall what I'm saying is that this is something that's probably an algorithm. Maybe I'd only get 400,000. Can you imagine that? Bro, I'd be getting scammed. Imagine, bro, I only get 400,000. That sucks. I'd lose money, yeah. With Twitch removing the exclusivity contract, can't you stream simultaneously on Twitch with the ads on YouTube? No, because you can't do that. That's why. You can check on each stream page. Just click on one. I tried to look up mine, and they didn't show mine. Like there was no number they gave me. So I think it's because I haven't streamed for a while, and that's probably why they haven't made a number. You can see mine, fuck it. Well, Cody, like, you sent me yours. We need to do a video, like, maybe we'll do it, like, next week or something, where, like, I want to interview you and have you talk about kind of, like, what, like, the weird fucking prisoner's dilemma they put you in with this fucking ad shit. So, anyway, like, these ads, here's the point that I'm making, okay? Like, all I'm doing is I've just been talking about big numbers. Okay, big numbers, better person. Let's move on. Next thing is the fact that people are going to start doing this. And I think that the exact same thing that caused people to leave television, one of the reasons, is going to start happening online. And you guys are going to say, well, I'm going to leave. But here's the problem. Eventually, you'll run out of places to go. That's what I think is going to happen. I don't find this to be something that's just going to happen every once in a while. I think it's going to continue getting worse, etc. No ads in books. Actually, in some magazines there are ads, and then also like some books they put inserts for like different types of like for the publisher in the back, etc. Not necessarily true. However, I think that yes, clearly that is generally the case. Yeah, but I mean, let's just be honest here. Nobody's gonna say, "Man, I hate these ads. I'm gonna go read a book." You're not gonna do that. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Gonna find some, you can just find content going on other platforms. Yes, I know that, but what happens whenever the other so this is kind of what happens, is that it's effectively, it's a place where people don't necessarily know where they can go because the amount of places that they can go gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So let's use this as an example. I don't know. Let's use like racism and like saying the homophobic F word. So back in 2006, you could pretty much say this wherever you wanted, right? You could say it wherever the fuck you wanted to say it, and nobody would really do anything about it. As time went on, more and more websites blocked the usage of these words. And the people that wanted to use these words and say these things went to the websites that didn't. And then the websites that didn't began to do it too. And then now, almost no websites allow it. And you know what really happened? Did it cause all those people to leave? No, it didn't. It just caused them to stop using those words. So that's what it is. World Star comment section? Bro, I've never seen a World Star comment section. I have no idea. Is it money incentive based on people sticking around and watching the ads? Most people do stick around and watch the ads. Every viewer has this power fantasy, like if you watch ads, I and everybody else are gonna leave. But the reality is that that is not the case. Because if it was, they wouldn't be doing this. Yeah, it's literally like commercials on TV. And people will only keep doing it if they can find a way that they can find a way that they'll be able to go somewhere else and get the same thing out of it. But they're not able to do that. You see what the problem is there? Because like if you can go to YouTube and not get ads, you're going to go to YouTube and not get ads. But what happens whenever YouTube has this too? Well, then where are you going to go? You're going to go to Rumble? You're going to go to Odyssey? You're going to go to one of these other places? No, probably not. You're probably just going to complain about it. I would also use another analogy is sponsored streams. So I've been on the internet for a very long time. Doing any sort of sponsored content 6 years ago was automatically met with a lot of hostility and negativity from viewers. But then the viewers that felt that way went to other streamers who didn't do sponsored content, and they said, thank God we're finally here with somebody who's not a complete fucking sellout. And then that person started selling out. And then so they went to somebody else, and they said, thank God, I'm finally here with somebody who isn't a sellout. And then that person did a sponsored stream. And sooner or later, these people either left the community or they accepted it. And now sponsored streams are commonplace and they are all the time. That's just what happened. I'm not talking about a projection. All I'm saying is that past tense will indicate future progress. And that's what it was. It's a business decision. I don't see why chatters get upset their favorite streamers are trying to make a little money. It's their jobs. Well, it's because making the money, like the chatter, you don't care about how much money I make. If I make $10 million or $1 million or $1, this doesn't affect you. You don't care. It doesn't increase your experience. This is not relevant to you as a person. So a viewer only has a responsibility to enjoy the content. And if they don't enjoy the content, they're going to leave. So if ads are happening all the time and they don't enjoy that, then they're going to leave. However, clearly, not enough people do that. Because if they did, then they would get rid of these ad incentive programs. But they don't. Twitch lost 20% of its users this year, though. Not sure where people are going, but they're definitely going somewhere else. Well, Papa, I wonder if that's because of Twitch being a bad website or because of a global pandemic ending. I wonder which one it really is. Yeah, both? Can you say both? Has YouTube, like, I know Netflix has had the same things, and you can easily argue that Netflix has had people leave because of, like, woke TV shows and stuff, but I feel like that's probably a, this is a mountain out of a molehill. Both? It's bad? Both? It's a bad take? Well, wait a minute. Under what basis do you say that it's both? What indicator is it that people are leaving Twitch to go to other video streaming websites as a result of the ads? You have no basis for this. These are your feelings. These are your feelings because you wish that was the case. And so you just repeat it and you think that it's true. Yeah, come on. Listen, if you have evidence for it, I'll look at it. But you don't. There's ads everywhere. Yes, there are ads everywhere. Exactly. No, my feelings. Yeah, exactly. I'm basing it on my own experience as a viewer, bro. Yeah, I think that's fair, right? That is fair, and I think there will be people that leave Twitch, but I think what will happen is that whenever they go somewhere else, those other places will adopt this ad structure as well. I think this will be damaging for Twitch in the short term, and also even in the medium term, but I think that over time, other websites will start adopting similar policies. Because once they see Twitch do it, and they see Twitch is doing it and it's okay, well then they're going to do it too because it'll make them more money. And the argument that it could be damaging for the business won't work as well because there's already a use case of another business doing it and it working well. That's just what's going to happen. Yeah, it's just like you have to look up YouTube, Twitter, and these other platforms and also figure out like what some of the other reasons are. I just don't think that you can isolate down one variable in this circumstance and then say that's why it is. What's your opinion on people that think wanting to make money is something negative and it's basically a controversial topic? So, viewers don't like streamers making money because it separates the streamer from the viewer. A lot of viewers watch streamers because they relate to them. That's why on Twitch, it's a majority-dominated male website. All of the top streamers are males. It's because most of the people on the platform are males, and a gender barrier is harder to overcome for relatability. So, in general, people are going to watch people who they relate to, in just a general sense. Whether it's how they look, what gender they are, the games they like, they're going to look for people that they can relate to. So, guess what? A lot of people relate to guys because there's a lot of guys on the platform. So, what does that mean? I think that it means that viewers are looking for a person who they can have common ground with. And I think actually one of the big things about the COVID, the boom on Twitch and everything, especially with coinciding with Among Us, etc., is that it took a lot of streamers and their popularity into the stratosphere, right? You had people like Valkyrie, Disguised Toast, let me think, some of these other people that just like kind of get a Corpse Husband, these people that were like really, really into Among Us. And these people started making like millions and millions of dollars. Sykkuno, there's another one. Yeah, Sykkuno, these people started making millions and millions of dollars. And I think that a lot of the idea that, we just reached, 10,000 subs together, etc., it doesn't feel as much like we whenever the person who's saying we is actually a person who owns a Lamborghini. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? And I think it's also, Ninja too, right? As people lose that relatability. And that's why they don't like it. Also, I think that there are people who view streaming as just something that's like really, really easy to do, so they get mad whenever a streamer makes a lot of money. And again, this is something that people think with professional sports as well. How many times have you heard people saying that it's stupid that somebody gets paid millions of dollars to throw a ball around? How many times have you said that people are saying that actors are overpaid? This is very common for people to downplay or disregard the amount of money that somebody in entertainment is making. So I think that there's obviously a precedent for this with pretty much every other form of entertainment. And whenever streamers are getting up into that echelon of making millions of dollars, it disconnects them from the viewer. Because the viewer is also sitting in their room in the dark, playing video games, yelling at the screen, except for they're not saying thank you for the, $5,000 donation, or thank you for the sponsor that's worth $200,000. So I think that in the process of that, the viewers want to maintain a connection with the streamer, and also the viewers develop a degree of resentment towards the streamer for making a lot of money, because the viewers feel like the streamers that are popular got lucky because they feel like they should be in the same spot that streamer's in. They feel like the only reason why they're not in front of the camera entertaining millions of people is because they just didn't get lucky. That's it. Or some other reason that's out of their control. So yes, that's why I think that viewers don't like whenever streamers make money. They think that it's unfair because the streamers make too much money in their mind, and I think that's the same precedent that's been set with professional sports and acting and every other form of entertainment. And then also, I think that it separates them on a struggle level from the streamers. Not necessarily. Oh, you know what? I think you're right. I think that there are exceptions. Thank you so much. Thank you. God, thank you so much. I forgot about the exceptions. Wow. You're so smart. Thank you so much. We've been saved. What's this here? I like the dude that showed up for the re-release of Spicy Nuggets in a suit. Yeah, exactly. How do you solve that problem on your stream, Asmon? The way that I solve it is I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't act like I don't give a fuck, or I do, but it's just the way that I actually feel. Like, yeah, I make tons of fucking money. Like, it's obvious. I literally own 2 companies. I make a ridiculous amount of money. I'm totally fucking fine. So yeah, I'm just direct and honest about it. I think that being direct and honest about things in 99 out of 100 circumstances is the right option and the best option to take in the long run. Say the number? I actually don't know what the number is. That's the truth. I literally don't know. I lost $172,000 on my investments last month. It was not a good month. Yeah. This next part of the stream is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, stocks are rough this year. Who gives a fuck? It is what it is. But yeah, riding a wave. Yeah, it is what it is. So the ad situation on Twitch won't influence you considering other streaming platforms? No, not really. I mean, I don't really care what Twitch does with the ads. I only care about my stream. I don't care what Twitch does. Who cares? You know, my relationship is with my viewers. Twitch is only the avenue that I do it in. That's all. Your viewers are smart and use AdBlock anyways? A lot of people use AdBlock. A lot of people don't use AdBlock. Let's just say that. And it doesn't work? Yeah, it doesn't work. Ever thought about doing your own streaming platform? You got the resources? No, I don't. You vastly underestimate how much this costs. It's because sometimes money corrupts, so it makes a streamer not be honest about what they're doing and what they really want, and they have to play sponsored shit and pretend all the time. What if I told you that they were pretending whenever they needed the money in the first place? What if I told you that a dishonest person saying we're all in this together whenever they're raising and trying to goad people that are surviving on their student aid money to reaching 1,000 subs or 2,000 subs for the first time, what if I told you that was dishonest as well? Yeah. I consider going into politics. I volunteered. I wanted to do like a bunch of political stuff when I was younger. They were gonna hire me to do to be like a supervisor and shit for that, but I ended up not doing it. I was like 19. I applied. They called me the day later. It didn't happen. The people involved were morons, so it was a good thing. See what they offered me for a stream my size? Oh no, Cody, yeah, for sure. I remember you told me a little bit about it. It was dumb as fuck, man. I'm so excited for my favorite streamers next subathon. Let's get the money. Let's go. Yeah, exactly. Listen, I've got no problem with subathons. I think they're totally fucking fine. They're content and people pay for it. I don't think that's a big deal. It's not like I don't know. I think, like, again, it's these people that have, like, this infantilization of the fucking viewers of, like, oh, well, they can't be, like, they fucking, they have to donate the money. No, they don't. Like, let's just stop it.
Back to the netherworld by putting
it's nuts. The sleeping part is boring as shit.
Will not be safe.
Yeah, it's Resident Sleeper, right? Wow, what a surprise. I would have never guessed that. I would have never guessed watching somebody sleep is boring. Overwatch 2 today? We'll see what happens. I don't know really what my plans are for today all the way. I'm just gonna go through and do some different stuff and, you know, have fun and do what I want. Nobody will leave it to another platform because there's more ads. YouTube brought in more ads and YouTube viewership increased over the years. If Twitch forcefully put ads, why should the streamer get a portion of the revenue? Well, because if the reason why is simply it's a value proposition. The reason why people didn't go and organically stream on Mixer is that the value proposition was too low. That's all there is to it. So yeah, any other opinions on this before I move on? Let's see. I'll read a few of the comments. This could very well be one of the biggest forks in the road for Twitch. The money's so crazy, it's financially unwise not to take it, but at what cost? Yeah, exactly. I'm sticking to 3 and 4 minute incentives for now, regardless of the payouts. For now. I do think ads negatively affect smaller streamers and newer ones, though. People are less likely to shop around if it means ads. Yeah, I think that having pre-rolls for small streams is really bad for them, and I wish that Twitch changed the way that the ad system worked for smaller streamers. I don't get this. I want my favorite streamers to get paid. Yeah. Well, that's not the way that everybody thinks. There are some of my viewers that were not happy whenever I had a girlfriend because they didn't have girlfriends and they felt like whenever I had a girlfriend, it was harder to relate to me because I wasn't the same as them. Isn't that crazy? Ain't that just something? Ain't that just a little bit of something, man? Yeah, I mean, as I said, guys, like, people just don't understand how weird some people are, man. They're absolutely fucking nuts. So yeah, it's important to keep that in mind. Same idea Oprah went through whenever she lost a ton of weight. Yeah, I mean, because there's obviously people, and this is the case, right? It's like you see some person who's like morbidly obese on the cover of a magazine, and it's like, wow, you go, girl, I'm so proud of you. Wow, you know, this is what a real woman looks like, and it's just a bunch of fucking, and you read the comments, and it's just a bunch of other people that look like she does. And then suddenly, whenever one of, yeah, Slay Queen, yeah, then suddenly whenever this person loses weight and is in shape, somehow this is unrealistic body standards, this makes me feel bad, and all of these things, how this person is actually a bad person. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you guys saw this shit too. Yeah, it happens all the time. It's a good story, has relatable characters. A good story has relatable characters, it's normal. Yeah, I think that people want to have somebody that they can relate to with streaming. I think it's a parasocial thing, but it does exist.
New World has insane potential and could become one of the best MMOs on the market. Now I'm saying the word potential because I'm not saying that the game is by any means perfect right now, obviously it isn't. But to me, the Brimstone Sands update really shows what AGS can do with New World going forward, and I truly believe that the future is bright. Before we jump in though, I just want to give another big shout out to my YouTube members. Thank you so much to you guys. If you want to support the channel and you want to see more content from me, that's the best way to go about things. So let's start at the beginning with the game's launch. New World started off with nearly 1 million people all playing at once, and initially the future looked bright. Now obviously out of those 1 million people, not everybody was going to stick around. The vast majority were obviously going to leave, and they did. However, I do think that the game's issues that it launched with, many of which were quite serious in terms of gaming, like exploits, dupes, and the end game loop being a bit weak, amongst others, I believe all of those basically caused New World to lose more players than it otherwise would have at a faster rate. But since then, and I've said this quite a few times now, AGS have fought back. Amazon have put their money where their mouth is and supported this game through thick and thin, and they've resolved a lot of those big issues, be that expeditions being free to enter, expertise being visible, PvE mutations, PvP arenas, and so on and so forth. Okay, I'm not listing everything here, but they've done a lot to make this game good. Like, if I was putting numbers on things, I'd say that maybe the game launched at like a 5 out of 10, and I'd say that the Brimstone Sands update turns it into maybe like a 7 or 8 out of 10. There's some things that are truly amazing in the game, and there's some things that are a little bit lackluster. And that's okay, because Amazon have shown a willingness and a desire to change things and correct things for the players. They've been listening to our feedback, and they've been acting upon that feedback. Maybe not at lightning pace, but they have slowly but surely changed this game. Progress is progress. And that leads us to Brimstone Sands, the latest New World update. Brimstone Sands is honestly the first update that makes me look at New World and say, wow, this actually now feels like a proper MMO. I feel like it's a turning point from a survival game that was trying to be an MMO to an actual MMO. And Brimstone Sands, importantly, hints at all the future potential that we could get with this game if Amazon choose to continue to support it, which it looks like they are doing. It's important to note that it's not like this update went off flawlessly. There have been bugs, but it's important to also know that they did like 2 mini patches within the week of launch and corrected a lot of them. There are still some outstanding bugs which I'm sure are going to take a little bit longer to fix, but it's important to see that they are acting quickly when they do this kind of stuff. And none of the issues were like really bad. I'm talking bad like the bad old days, okay? But Brimstone Sands is simply beautiful. New World was always like a pretty game. The visuals were always quite stunning, but Brimstone really, to me, seems to take it up a bit of a notch. But looks can only get you so far. Content is king, and Brimstone is truly massive. But it's not just massive and with nothing in it, it's actually reasonably well packed. There's content in generally all corners of the map, even though the map is generally more round than a square, but you get the gist. But I would say that content-wise, it's not like Brimstone Sands offers anything incredibly new that we've never seen before. The new zone is something we've not. The map is generally more round than a square, but you get the gist. But I would say that content-wise, it's not like Brimstone Sands offers anything incredibly new that we've never seen before. The new zone is something we've not had before, apart from at launch where every zone was new. But we had a new expedition, a new weapon, an extra ability, and some gems. All good additions, but what I think Brimstone really adds is potential. First, I'm not a person who's generally overly interested in stories and lore. I'm more interested in mechanics and stuff like that and fun. But Brimstone does add 2 different types of cutscenes. Well, technically we got 1 type of cutscene with Tempest, but here it's actually a lot more common. And I'm not actually going to show you either of the ones from Brimstone because I don't want to spoil Brimstone for anybody, okay? But we have in-game cinematics, which are basically just like the in-game graphics, but the camera will sort of move a little bit and you'll see some characters talking to each other or talking to you. I would say that they are part perhaps maybe like a little bit basic, but they've implemented that system to do those, and I can only see that getting better over time. It's sort of a similar story with the cutscene cinematics, which at the moment are more like these 2D animations that sort of tell you the story in the background. They really are helping set the scene, I believe, and it gives you the general vibe of the story. I would love to see maybe like 3D cinematics at some point, but for now I'm quite happy with these. This, combined with the fact that when you read like the story notes in the open world, that the voice continues to read them even after you close it, just sort of helps set the scene and the vibe of the zone a lot better and gives you a bit of more of a complete picture when it comes to the story. Put simply, the story of New World is now easier to consume. I probably could not tell you anything that happened between levels 1 to 60. I just sort of rushed all through it, and it was difficult to consume because of the way it was presented. However, I am now vaguely understanding the story of Brimstone, and I'm enjoying it. If they keep progressing like that, then having the story in New World could really add to some insane potential. I really like the background of it being like Atlantis, essentially, that we've found, and people are living eternal lives and stuff like that. I actually quite dig the story of it. I didn't dig how it was told, but that has got much better. Brimstone also hints at future content. We've all seen now the worm when you first enter it. That suggests that the raids, which to be fair we know are coming, but importantly there's also this thing called a solo trial, which is basically a 1v1 versus a boss in an instance. If Amazon start adding more and more stuff like that, which you can repeat, you can't really repeat that one, but if they add stuff that you can repeat, that could truly push the game forwards. The devs have said that they want to work on more solo content, and some people will be like, but it's an MMO. However, I do feel like solo content is actually sort of like the backbone of an MMO, and I truly think that's a good decision by AGS. Speaking of what's coming though, in the last dev update, they obviously told us some very major things that are going to be coming to New World. I think that the raids that I just mentioned, that will make it feel like the PvE actually has a proper end game. For some reason, I think a lot of people have this block that just 5-man dungeons are not truly end game. The end game is really the hardcore raids that are difficult. So whether or not you believe that or not, it doesn't really matter. The fact is, we are going to get raids at some point, and I think that will help people's feelings about the game. To me, it always felt strange that New World didn't have raids, because I think generally MMOs typically do, but I think that's an indication of the struggle that Amazon went through, turning this from a survival game into an actual MMO. Personally, very excited for those when they turn up. It's also quite likely that at some point soon, we're going to get ranked PvP arenas. This may be what they talk about with leaderboards, I'm not 100% sure, but when we get ranked PvP arenas, I think that will fill a similar gap that raids will for the end game, but for the PvPers. It will then feel like the end game is complete. You'll have ranked PvP arenas and you'll have raids, and that will just feel better for everybody, I believe. Another thing is, we know that mounts are also coming, and if you combine mounts with some solo play potential, then I think we're looking again at something quite positive. We could be looking at some kind of collectible system that people actually want to go and farm. Yes, for sure, we need a transmog system. I've said since the very off, not having a transmog system and only having paid skins generally meant that if you wanted to look good, you had to pay. Now, there have been some event skins that aren't terrible, and there have been some free like Twitch drops and stuff like that, but just in general, transmog will make everybody feel a lot happier, I believe. And we know transmog is coming, we just have no idea when. But I do truly believe that mounts and mount skins, being able to solo farm stuff, and transmog will make the game way more enjoyable for the casual players, and I think that's again another positive that we can look forward to when it comes to New World. Now, I'm not saying the game is completely perfect right now. They do have some things that they obviously need to work on, in my opinion. I want to see them actually follow through with what they talked about when it comes to wars, so that the wars are not just entered by the super hardcore elites. I want to see that pool of players open up a little bit. That does appear to be happening, but let's see it. I think the gamble crafting is still pretty terrible, and I'd love to see that just be like flat out removed from the game. One obvious problem that we've seen with Brimstone is that the server architecture, or whatever you want to call it, the way that New World handles servers right now is a little bit flawed. We're seeing massive queues of like 15 hours, and that's absolutely just crazy in itself, right? The game itself, though, isn't really designed to allow that to be fixed very easily. I'm not capable of giving you the right suggestion here that would fix it. That's not my job. I don't really know the answer to that, okay? People want layers, but then layers will mean that you can probably easily get more materials than you should be. People want a mega server, but the game's not designed for it. How would wars work? Like, it's a tricky question, and I don't know the answer. I do truly believe that Cross Realm will help, and we know they're working on Cross Realm because they said so in a dev diary a few months back. Cross Realm will just make it so that the quieter servers are actually playable. At the minute, if you're on a quiet server, then there's some content that you're basically excluded from, and that feels bad. Overall though, AGS may need to rethink how they're doing that. I've been talking about how I think you should be able to transfer from the main menu. Sort of felt like they're halfway there on that one. So yeah, let's hope that they do something that we don't end up with insane queues going forward. By the way, my actual predictions for New World is that we're going to get a bit of a hype when we get the roadmap and stuff like that, but I do think that come January, the player numbers and our interest in the game will die down a little bit. But that's okay. I wouldn't personally be alarmed by that. I don't think everybody should be looking at it in 3 months' time being like, dead game. It's going to be relatively seasonal. Just keep that in mind. It's also worth pointing out that when we get fresh start servers on the 2nd of November, all bets are off. I have no idea how many people will play this game. It could be way more than I think, and it could not be as much as I think. So I'm not even going to make a sensible guess. But it's going to be interesting no matter what. But in general, I think the future of New World is looking very bright. It looks like this week or next week, whatever you want to call it, we'll actually get the roadmap, and that will really tell us what we can expect and when. Will it have raids on it in 2023? Or is that actually going to come in 2024? We'll find out soon, I hope. If you want to follow that as soon as that news drops, be sure to subscribe to this channel. Let me know your thoughts. Do you think the future of New World is bright, or are you a bit of a doomer? Do let me know in the comments below. Again, another big shout out to my YouTube members. I do truly appreciate you.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another New World Gold Guide. In this video, I'm going to show you what I've been making over the last few days since Brimstone Sands has been released. Now, I have a lot of gold. I am nearly gold capped in my inventory, so 439,000. And in my company, I also have 337,000. Now, when I started, when Brimstone Sands updated, I was at around about 300,000 total. So I've made an insane amount of gold over the last few days, and I'm going to explain to you everything that I did to make this gold. Now keep in mind, this is going to depend on your server, and also the prices of this stuff are going to be going down over time. So you're probably going to want to do this in the next kind of week before the market stabilizes, because there are some really good opportunities to make gold right now. So let's jump into the marketplace and I'll show you exactly what I've been selling to make gold in New World after the Brimstone Sands update. Now keep in mind, guys, this is not going to be a video on where to farm this stuff or where to find it. I will do more videos on that in the near future. This is more just showing you what I've been doing to make gold. And why it's important to get onto this now, because if you don't, you could potentially miss out on a huge opportunity, okay? So the first thing I sold to make insane amounts of gold is sulfur. Now, sulfur is going down in price, but it's still very worth doing. You can make extremely good gold still doing this, but more importantly, right, so this is the sulfur, these are sulfur prices on my server. More importantly, if you have a full set of smelting gear, which is what I have somewhere in my inventory. So I've got a full set of smelting gear. So when I do my smelting, you obviously get a bigger percent, and I think it's like nearly 70% with all the gear on. So you're making well over 50% or even 60% even without the gear, and so you get so much more sulfur. And you're essentially getting free sulfur, and you make heaps of money doing that. Now, one of the other ways that I've been making insane gold is by going and farming the bosses for the Halloween and getting the coins and getting great axe patterns. Let's wait for this guy to shut up. Okay. Oh, he's still going. Okay. Hatchet patterns. So the ones that have been making me the most is the great axe, hatchet, and the great sword. These three have been making me insane gold. And the reason is, I don't think I have a hatchet one on me right now. No, but I do have other ones. Right, so here's a bow one, for example, right? This is why they are so hot right now. Because what happens is you get guaranteed 600 gear score, you get a guaranteed perk of keen, but then you get a chance of rolling 2 other perks. So what people are doing is they just keep re-rolling until they get the, you know, it's a very, very good way of trying to get a good weapon, because you're guaranteed a legendary. So people are buying these patterns over and over and over again to try and roll these specific weapons. So these Halloween patterns are really, really expensive, and they're only going to go up in value as time goes on, because when the Halloween thing stops, people are still going to want to get their hands on these. So I've been farming these hardcore and saving up as many as I can. But the most important thing is, people keep re-rolling, right? So it's not like a one-off, you get the legendary and you get only a set amount of perks or set type of perks. you can re-roll 2 different perks each time. Another one I've been making money on, gold, is Thorny Vines. Thorny Vines, been making insane amounts of gold. A friend of mine made 80,000 gold on the first day of Brimstone Sands. I actually have no idea what these are used for, but I have been selling these as well and making insane gold. Now, golden scarabs are another one. However, for some reason, I was getting like 4 or 5 a day. And then after the patch, the latest patch to fix things, I've been getting none. So I think they might have secretly nerfed it. If that's the case, just watch the market because the price could skyrocket in the future. However, I've been making a ton of gold. Well, I made a ton of gold at the start because I sold them for like 40, 50,000 each, is selling these golden scarabs, okay? Now, it really is going to depend on your server, but I do believe the price could potentially go up, but I'm not 100% sure because I can't predict the future. But if you have a bunch of these and you don't need, you definitely want to go and sell these. Now, these are a big money maker right now, for obvious reasons. If you can get your hand on some great sword timeless shards and you don't need them, I don't use them because I don't have no interest in using the great sword. I like to have some spare and go and stuff. You can make insane amounts of gold with these right now. I've been selling quite a few of these. I've been getting them from chest on chest. I've only had about maybe 3 or 4 so far, which I think is actually quite a lot considering, but then I do play quite a lot as well. But anyway, these are making insane gold right now, so you do want to definitely jump in and try and get these on your chest runs. Now, corrupted lodestones are going down on my server quite quickly. These were like 1,500 the other day. They're going down quite fast, 900 last night. If you have some corrupted lodestones and you don't need them right now, you might want to sell them. Because people, you know, they're making their heart runes, but a lot of people are actually just getting their heart runes from the expeditions, and they're not really upgrading them right now because they don't have the other materials. But these are going down in price, so it's really up to you whether you want to sell these or not. However, I've been offloading mine because it's just not worth me keeping them. I'm probably going to be able to buy them for cheaper later. Now, another one that I've made insane gold from as well is chitin parts. I guess that's how you pronounce that. I'm not sure. These are going for 5 gold around about on my server. These are extremely easy to farm. You can get hundreds and hundreds an hour. So I would recommend, if you're looking for simple, easy gold, I would recommend going and farming these parts. Now, I will have a video in the future on how you can actually go and farm these and the best spots. But those are the ways that I've been making gold. I would recommend, if you just want easy gold right now, is go and farm these and go and farm the sulfur chunks, so you can make sulfur. These are the 2 best money making methods for beginners in Brimstone Sands that I've found to date, if you are essentially starting from scratch and you have no gear. Alright guys, oh, and also, sorry, this as well. This is a really, really good one, honestly, because people are going to keep needing these over and over again, and the longer, oh, that voice. The longer you keep them, the more valuable they're going to become over time. Alright guys, that's how I've been making insane gold in New World right now. 430,000 here, and then in my company, 337,000 here. So nearly 1 million gold, and probably at least, I would reckon, 60% of that is from the last couple of days in the Brimstone Sands. Make sure to hit the subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hello guys, it's me, Jiggy Spice. So today I want to give you guys a quick and short video on how you can very quickly improve your territory standing so that you can get to level 30 and buy that big house in Brimstone Sands. As you can see, I'm already sitting inside of my house here. This is the best house that I could find. It's located right there, quite close to the trading post. It's not the closest one, but I really like this house. I don't RP that much, but this house was just too cool, and previously I haven't had any really nice houses. Look at that view. You can see right at the pyramid there. So yeah, I'm gonna show you guys how I did it. I spent probably 1.5 hours getting from level 8 territory standing to 30. So it is very fast. It is going to require a little bit of gold, but it's if you want it quick, then this is how you can do it. Well, the first and most important tip is that you always have to have your territory standing bonus from the music. we are going to play a song. Doesn't matter which song you play, you can play it on novice so that you have a higher chance at getting perfect, because you are going to have a perfect song in order to get the biggest amount of bonus. So you just play your song. Alright, so we got our song played. That is going to give us the territory standing buff. Territorial triumph is what it's called. Alright. And like I said, it doesn't matter which song, just make sure you select the reward into territorial triumph. Doesn't matter difficulty or anything, just make sure you hit every note. And that is going to give us a 20% increase in territory standing for 60 minutes. So just keep this one active at all times whenever you're in Brimstone. That is really important. So if you're questing, any activity that you do in Brimstone is going to give you territory standing, which brings us to the next point. We are going to go do some town boards. Town boards is of course the most straightforward way to get some territory standing. It also helps out to develop your town. Every server needs people to do town boards right now, because obviously everything is level 1. Or not that upgraded. So here I just choose the easy one, 25 rawhide, some H-wood, potions, etc. If you find one that you don't like, you can just accept them, like obsidian voidstone. Don't do that one, too expensive. Just cancel it and you'll get a new one soon. So just do the town boards, that's going to give you nice XP. Secondly, I want to talk about your rewards when you level up. Obviously the cards that you want to pick, most importantly in my opinion, is the storage. So I always pick storage, and then other than that I always pick the territory standing gain. I just pick that for every card that was available, and then I go gathering speed otherwise, because I will be doing a lot of gathering in this zone. Alright, so the next thing you can do, which is very easy, is to craft a whole bunch of hearty meals. That is the tier 5 food. Obviously you cannot craft that in Brimstone because your kitchen is probably not going to be tier 5. There it is. We only have a tier 2 on this server right now. So if there is no tier 5 kitchen, don't worry about it. You can just go outside of the city and set up your camp, and there you can grab tier 5 meals. So if we go straight out here, we set up our camp, build it up, there we go, and then you can craft hearty meals. I think I crafted 2,000 or 3,000 hearty meals, and that gave me a bunch of levels, so many levels. So crafting hearty meals until the resources to craft becomes expensive. I was just buying it from the marketplace. It was really cheap, at least on this server. So just craft as many hearty meals as you can get. Then next up, another pretty cheap thing you can do, at least if you have the resources, is to craft wicker baskets. I did not craft that many wicker baskets because the cost of it wasn't that cheap. But you can craft these, they are fairly simple to make. You just need the reeds and some fibers, and you can also salvage these after you create them to get some reeds and some fibers back. So I think 2 wicker baskets lets you salvage into crafting 1 more wicker basket or something like that. So yeah, this is a great method. Just craft a whole bunch of wicker baskets. Alright, so the next option we can do is go over to the stone cutting table. Here we're going to find these territory supplies. And what I was doing is I crafted these superior territory supplies. Now they are a little bit expensive if you're going to buy all of these materials, because they require 2 corrupted lodestone and 2 runestone, and obviously those are used for the hard runes right now. So many people are buying these, which makes the prices go up a lot. Also 20 ironwood planks, which is not cheap either. But you do get a ton of XP from crafting these. All you have to do is craft it and you get the XP instantly. You can also craft the tier 3 ones. They are a little bit cheaper to make. I would not recommend crafting the lower ones because they give up almost nothing at all. So probably the blue one is not that worth either, but it's up to you. This option will definitely get you there fast though. I think I spent around 15k in total with food and buying some town board stuff and these ones. And it got me to 30. Alright, so that is pretty much all I had for this video. Hopefully this helps you get that territory standing quickly. I also have a lot of videos coming up, both guides for the Great Sword and some other useful guides for Brimstone in general. I have actually so many videos coming up, so I would recommend you to subscribe if you want to be staying on top of all of that information. There's so much exciting stuff to cover with this update. But yeah, that is all for this video. If you did find it useful, I would really appreciate it if you could take a second to hit that like button.
Welcome back to another New World video. This time we've got the brand new Brimstone Sands release, the dungeon, the expedition. It's called the Ennead. I tried to pronounce it how they did in the storylines when there's some voiceovers, but I can't say that. That's like Ennead. I can't say it. So we go with Ennead. And yeah, we're going to go straight into it. I'm going to give you the full ultimate guide. I've ran this dungeon now since launch. I think over 10 times now, a couple of M1s as well, because randomly the things we get, we actually can't pass M1. We've not like tried to seriously try and do M1. It's just, you know, we've done that a couple of times with some randomers. It's never gone well. So basically, I'm bringing out this ultimate guide. So I'm hoping this is going to help everybody. I've just left my Twitch down below so you can see here. We have been smashing the New World streams. We've done so many hours so far. I think I've done like a 9, a 10, and a 12-hour stream so far in the last 3 days since Brimstone's come out. So yeah, if you want to come and check me out on Twitch, that would be amazing. And if you like all these videos, you know what to do on YouTube. Subscribe, like, comment down below, all that kind of stuff. We've got some decent videos on here now that I'm hoping will help you out. But let's get straight into the guide for Ennead. Let's go. Okay, I'll check myself up here. We come to my brand new favorite graphic from New World. Now, if you are wondering why there's no negative numbers on this graphic anymore, go check out, I'll put this down below as well, go check out my video before this, and it explains the brand new DPS changes to PvE following the Brimstone Sands update. We won't go into that too much detail here because hopefully you've already watched that video and you already know. But essentially, this dungeon's a little bit different than most. It's following on a little bit from the Barnacles dungeon, which is mostly lost, but then has a couple of other mobs in there like Beast, Angry Earth, and stuff like that. But this one, I say following on because it's not just basically like a plain dungeon, say like Lazarus, which is all ancient. This dungeon splits up into 3 thirds, okay? The first third of the dungeon, up until the big boss fight, is ancient. So you're going to need your ancient ward gear and your ancient bane weapons. And ideally your ancient bane weapons, obviously. Yeah, and then the middle third then goes on to corrupted. So you're going to want your corruption ward armor and your corruption bane weapons. And then the final third goes back to ancient. So what you need to do is, if you're DPS, if you're healer, tank, whatever it is, you need to be carrying 2 sets of armor. You need all of your corruption ward gear, and you need all of your ancient ward gear. And then if you want to switch your weapons as well, you definitely want to be doing that. Again, ideal weapons, obviously for the ancients, even though you can now use any weapons you want, you will do neutral damage. Your strike weapons, your void, and your lightning. And then obviously for the corrupted, you want your thrust, your nature, or your arcane, okay? So by now I'm hoping you all know what these kinds of weapons are, so we won't waste too much time explaining them. But yeah, let's get straight into the video footage, and yeah, let's get into this guide and see if you like it, because I think you're going to like this final boss. It's pretty good. Oh, one more thing to note as well. Make sure you go to the Brimstone Sands outpost, go over to your faction vendor, and try and pick up all of these PvE missions where it says in brackets expedition. They just give you some bonus rewards when you go through the dungeon as normal. So make sure you pick up these before you go. Okay, so like I just mentioned in the intro there, the first third of this dungeon is just split up into 3. The first third is ancient, so make sure you've got your ancient ward gear on and your best weapons for the ancients. Obviously I'm going as a tank here, I'm going sword and shield as you have to, and then obviously warhammer to do a little bit of DPS. You can now use literally any weapons you want in any PvE dungeon. You'll always do a minimum of neutral damage, like we've explained. And in general, I'd say yeah, warhammers are really good here. Let's go through here. Any lightning gems on your armor, your weapons is pretty good as well. So as we enter this dungeon, as you can see, there's a left side, a right side, and then like a central area. You want to try and take out all of the mobs as you enter in here. Now, they are a little mixture of mobs. Obviously, you've got like the big cat mob. that does like the jumping damage, just like all like wolves and stuff like that. So keep an eye out for those. You've also got the beetles and these archers. Now, similar to Lazarus, the archers are absolutely pain in the ass. They'll just ping you. And one of the annoying things about their mechanics is that when you run over to them, they'll always like sort of dodge backwards. So be careful they don't push into the mob. Essentially, people are looking for this platform. Just fight through all these, no crazy mechanics here. And then as you can see, one of our players disconnected there. So I'm going to quickly skip into the next couple of minutes once he makes it back. Right, there we go. That player's got back in. He had a little disconnection problem. So now we've cleared all the trash mobs in the center. We're going to run over to the right-hand side. There's 3 mobs. There's like a, it's not even really an elite mob, this guy in the middle. Shies, Horrors, yeah, 3 mobs, all trash mobs again, pull them together, couple of shields, and damage. And then to unlock the chest, you need to use your Azov. You'll see this a handful of times around the dungeon. If you don't do that, you don't unlock these chests, so make sure you've got at least one player there ready to open those up as you're coming around to the loot. Now we're going to go back over to the left hand side here, like you said, as you walk in, you've got a left, a right, and then sort of a central area. We're going over to the left, and this is where you got one of the mini dog bosses. As we make it over there again, should be 3 mobs again. The shield and spear guys, so be careful with those. They do some half decent damage. Pull all the mobs into the center as usual. Get your grab wells out, get your shockwaves out, all that kind of stuff. These dog bosses, whenever you see them, they do big, almost like brute damage, big, heavy, sweeping attacks. So you can dodge those pretty easily. Just look out for the mechanics of those mobs as they literally, as they're just doing a big sweep, just dodge out of the way of those. But you do want to take out this left hand side, and again, you've got another chest, so you want one player there to be on lock on that as you're going through. And then we take up our second chest of the dungeon. Actually got a couple of umbral shards there, which is not too bad. And then here we have sort of like a mini boss, Shy, the elite, and a load of these scarabs. Again, you can group these all together. They go down pretty fast using your shockwave abilities, your grab well, like we said before. You can just basically burn through these mobs. This guy doesn't have any like great mechanics to look out for. He has a big heavy switch attack, which will just push it out. Like days, just be careful with those. Now you can actually mine all of those scarabs and you get 1 lodestone, 1 to 2 lodestones. What I've been getting, so that's what you're after. You can mine those. Right, you want to grab these 2 mobs here, grab the aggro and these 2. So there's 4 mobs in total here. Take all the way around this corner just to speed things up a little bit. You want to try and bring them to this mob here and then fight them all on the stairs. Now, little thing I didn't tell you at the start of this video, I used the group finder here. You want to use the group finder, and I picked all 4 players who said that they have never done any of before. So I have to type a lot of these instructions in chat for these guys, which is fine. That's how everybody learns when you're doing it for the first time. And obviously they don't always follow my lead, do you know what I mean? So the ideal way is there, you take all those 4 mobs through the stairs, and then you sort of AoE DPS them down on the stairs. I have to run back here because these guys didn't quite know to do that. But again, that's fine. This is literally how you learn in New World. Again, at some point I would have known what to do. I only ran this once on the PTR just for the first look video on the channel. There you go. I'm trying to tell the guys to try and follow where I'm fighting. Right, so as you run up here, you have 1 spear mob. You got the shield, and then you got the 2 archers. There's no way to group these 2 together unless you get incredibly lucky with like 2 grab wells possibly. So essentially I would fight the archers first. They're the ones that are absolutely paid. Now, if you look as well, they put this circular, almost like yellowy coloured dot damage on the floor. That's burn damage, so make sure you don't stand in that, or that just ticks up and ticks up. As you can see there, I've got a couple of ticks of burn just from standing in those circles. Now, they're quite obvious. You know, in New World and MMOs in general, if there's a circle on the floor, you probably don't want to stand on it, but these are burn damage. And we've got another Azov stat that we use here to get into our 3rd chest of the dungeon. On the right hand side there on the back, there's a little earth moat if you're interested in collecting those. That guy is. We come straight up the stairs here into the ancient halls. Now this one, there's no perfect way to do it. Again, maybe like a double grav well, because basically what you have here, as you first get to this line of mobs, there's 2 archers, and at the back of the line of mobs, there's 2 archers. So they will never follow you. They're always going to hit you ranged. So it's hard to actually group all these enemies. If you did it perfectly, 1 grab well towards the left hand side to pull them in a little bit, then 1 grab well on the right hand side to pull them in a little bit, you might be able to pull them all in to do some AoE big damage, but it's not the easiest thing to do. So the strats here is just essentially pick 2 of the archers, kill them that, you know, as quickly as you can, and then go to the other 2 archers and pull all the mobs in there. So I also like to do these dungeon runs, these guide videos, recordings, obviously like went live on Twitch. I like to try and pick runs because I've recorded this 3 or 4 times, and I was waiting to see which recording was probably the best one to do, and I think it's this one, simply because it's for brand new for any dungeon they've never done it before. So I think that's pretty cool. So you guys get to see it with not a full group of like experts who've run the dungeon 10, 15, 20 times. I think that's a good way to do it. And then it just makes it like a little bit more realistic as well. So if we ran in here as like our full guild group, which we did earlier on in the day, and I recorded that video as well. If we were all 625 gear score, we'd all run the dungeon like we said 10, 15, 20 times. It wouldn't be as realistic. So in here again, you've got similar again. You've got the beast mob there, and then you've got the how do you say this? Automaton. There we go. I think I can say it now. And again, same mechanics as the trash mobs before. We're going to pull them all together, burn them down. There's a scarab in there as well. And I think we're up to our 4th chest now. So you've got to actually, you don't need any special requirements because over here, you don't need to complete it extra. To be able to open these from the start, you just have to go over to the other condition. And then there we go. Yes, we're on our 4th chest, and we're going to head down these steps over to our back there. Now, this is a little bit fun, and because there's so many of these scarabs, the best way is to just tank in first, have as much aggro as you can, knock them all down, shockwave them, Broswell them, and then just burn through. These scarabs, even though there's quite a lot of them, they do go down really, really quickly. So, yeah, keep an eye out for those. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to watch this on, the rest of this guide video on my OBS video, so I'm going to be facing the camera a little bit. Right. So again, yeah, all trash mobs, so we can burn through those up the stairs. Now, if you see this sort of circle, red ring, and a little, I don't even know what you call it. I don't know what that shape is. A couple of cubes, the golden lights. Essentially, you'll see a couple of dormant mobs. There we go, perfect. There's a couple of dormant mobs, and those mobs will never aggro because they don't come to life unless you aggravate the circle. Okay, as it's patrolling around the dungeon floors. If you aggravate that circle so it starts firing beams at you, which does a little bit of damage, it will also basically wake up those mobs. So what you want to do is not do that, right? You've got extra mobs to kill, and those mobs are actually pretty decent. Like, they do a lot of slash damage, a lot of like swirling, fast daggering movements. As you can see, we get a lot of mobs die here, so I have to go into like ultimate tank mode to stay alive while I wait for all the revives. I didn't let these guys know about that. That's probably my bad. I should have typed in, say, be careful of the circle. So essentially, you'll see these all the way around the dungeon. Now, there you go. It's coming back, as you see. It will do a little bit of like something like a beam damage if you're inside the circle and close to it, but it won't follow you. It'll always follow its path going around the hole. Right? We've also got a bit of a dog mini boss here as well. Down and then faster. So yeah, be careful though, you don't want to. Now, the best way to do this is you have a ranged mob to pull these two up the stairs. So again, I didn't kind of tell these guys this, but that's what you want to do. You stand on that platform, you throw a couple of hits in the range, and you pull them up the stairs. You don't want to pull all 4 mobs in this room at the same time. These guys are quite heavy. You also want to power up move there as well. Now again, it's another automaton, and it's the dog boss, so I'm not going to keep repeating too much the individual mechanics of some mobs if we've already gone through it once. These two, slightly different. You've got almost like a mage style elite mob, and then the automaton dog bot. I'm just calling it dog bot from now on. Dog bot again. Again, you want to try and pull these two together. Try and do as much DPS as you possibly can through the red one first, because that'll die first. And I can't pronounce this name. Is it Petke? Yeah, Petke. Again, bigger mage who's got some mage skills, so be aware of those. If we get a chance to see any mechanics here, so we can fall down these mobs together. There you go, the big switch that we've already seen from the other automatons. And that'll just knock you back. And can stun you as well for like 2 or 3 seconds, so be careful there. Right, so we come up the stairs. We then trigger this elite mob, which is Apis. We take this guy out. And so all these drops as well can come from these elite mobs, so be careful. You know, you want to make sure you kill all the elite if you can in the Ennead. There's not too much mechanics to show you here. Basically, more about the floor work and which kind of stuff to go in. You don't need to go and kill this mob down the bottom. There's a calculate and then more to the left if you look at the screen there. But yeah, you're going to take this guy out as well. There's another ultimate on. Then there's switching movements, which is careful those. You can block those, you can dodge to the side. All of them will work. You can hit back up the stairs. Anything good. 15th range. And wait for these guys for catch up. This happens a little bit in the dungeon, which I think one's getting the Orichalcum. I think these four, I don't even think these four guys know each other either. So now here we go. As I am getting the beams, as you can see perfectly there, this is now unlocked these mobs to no longer be dormant. You want to pull them up towards this door. Ideally, you can just sit and wait for the patrolling cubes. Let's call them patrolling cubes, okay? If the patrolling cubes, you can just wait for them to move down the hall, and as long as you're not in that circle, you won't pull up those mobs from being dormant, so just be aware there. We're coming towards the first boss now. Once you take these out, you've got an elite mob in the corner as well, so just loads of AoE damage. Careful. It's like those mobs that are dormant on the side, they actually do some decent damage, as we said before. Those just like switching, slashing movement. Almost like the carry from daggers, just prepping this for those dagger release whenever they can really hit you. And you go check out this elite mob. There's an archer as well, so you've got to pull all the mobs to the right. Carry to your body. Left of that people to first. This is all ancient. Yeah. You should be having your ancient Bane weapons and your ancient war gear. Should be have all those equipped. Now, there's four pillars. Well, kind of four like tallerish pillars. Two are corrupted and two are just like normal pillars. You can hide behind there when there's this beam mechanic in a minute, but I'll be honest, we've not found that we've needed to. As the tank, obviously, I'm going to try and turn him around and make him face me. Big heavy attack from this huge scarab, and then a big jump there. Now, the big jump to our mind. First time the scarab boss ever did it. So if you have that one, and after that, it was the second big attack here, now you can see the beams blocked. You will take and he'll also do a pushing attack as well. All those beams, essentially, you just want to block them, or if you're really worried and you're going down sort of with your health bar, you slide behind the pillar. As you can see there, he's now done this big jump twice. Again, basic attack, strat here. Tank, you just pull him a little bit away, and then obviously face him away, so then all the damage is put on you and not on the DPS and the healers. The beams going up again. You want to block these. You can sit in the sacred ground as well. That's a bonus. But again, if all the DPS is facing the boss, less of these beams then go and hit the DPS players. Now you'll see some of those beams will be just slightly in the background there. Again, if it's targeting you, you can just run behind one of the big pillars on the four corners of the arena. That'll stop the damage coming towards you, and you can dodge roll through it as well. So beware there. And then basically just look for all these sort of like light mechanics. Every time there's light around, there you go. The floor dot there, that will stun you if you get stuck in that, just like a second or two. And does a little bit of damage over time. And again, here we go now. We should be on to, is this 2 or is this 3? This one. There you go, 3. Yeah, so he's now onto, because the DPS is quite slow here. So he's now onto 3 big jump up and down to knock you out. And again, you see a lot of people panic in this dungeon, start running around crazy because of all the beams. Eventually, you should be fine as long as the tank is. Now, at this point, I'm not holding the correct angle. He's facing everything and turning around again. Going to do his big jump. There you go, all 3 jumped again. So he's done 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Yeah, so just keep bearing that in mind. He will do more jumps the longer it goes in. Obviously, don't stand in any adopt damage on the floor. And again, biggest thing to remember is if you've got one of these little beams on you and basically the healing on the obviously when the healer isn't sort of out doing that damage receiver, just run behind one of those corner pillars for a couple seconds until the beams stop, and then there you go. That was quite hectic. It was a little bit hard to explain this one, but hopefully you'll realize the key things. Tank, pull my way to the corner. If you've got one of the beams on you, it's doing too much damage, hide behind the pillars. Don't stand in any of the white/yellow dots on the floor. And then this is the moment, guys, where you need to be switching your corruption ward gear and your corruption bane weapons. You've defeated the first boss. We've done the first third of this dungeon now. That's what we call the same. So we've gone from ancient war to ancient vein weapons to ancient war armor, corruption war armor, and corruption vein weapons. Now, this middle third of the dungeon is all corrupted. We've got a big boot here, and then the two sides up. And then basically, as you walk into this room, you get like a left side and a right side. We'll have to go those stairs in just a minute, but you take out this boot and there's two little instruments, if you like. Like I said, and would this be like a not a mutated dungeon at the moment? One of those. Probably get away with this. It is an endgame dungeon. It's level 60, right? Probably get away with it if you didn't have this two sets of armor. By this stage in the game, you probably already have two sets of armor. Two sets of armor. You've got Lost Bane and Earth Bane, all that kind of stuff. That was really loud. So basically, I got this from Display. Oh my god. See how loud that was then? I actually just put my pants. But as you go into this room, I've not stuck it to the wall properly yet. I need to do that. Sorry. Mid video here. Mid YouTube guide video that just falls apart. That's quite heavy. Right, sorry. That goes out. That comes off again. I'm gonna have to just put it on the floor or something until I firmly attach it to the wall. So yeah, you've also got a chest in there. I think that was chest number 5 or 6 now in this dungeon. There's 3 mobs in there. Make sure you kill them all. You've seen it on the screen. Yeah, now you don't have to run up to this side, so this is now the right side of this room. You don't have to run up this side. All there is an item and 3 mobs. None of these are weak. Again, if you want to select a person or if you just want to increase this until every single individual mob, just come up this side. It's very nice and fancy. You've got the right room if you wish. And the archers are an absolute pain in the ass. In all dungeons, you've got to take those archers out as quick as you can. Really boring. No, that's going to come off again, you know. If it basically, it's just stuck onto the wall with these like sticky, half sticky, half magnets. But then it's just not quite enough to hold it to the wall because it's quite heavy. I put 2 tiny little nails just below, but I don't think they're strong enough either because then when it comes off the stickiness, it just takes out them. So yeah, we got to watch out for that. Well, we didn't put the lights on. Mid guy, not that you can see them too much in the daytime, but mid guy video here. Now you'll need 3 different players here to use your Azov stuff so you can get through this part of blockade before you can get to the next room. Now we like to go from the left hand side. There is an elite mob on the right hand side, which we'll show you eventually, but we like to run up this left hand side. Now the strat ideally is to gather up all of these mobs and then basically we'll run to where we're going to go in a minute. And I wasn't 100% confident that these guys would follow me. So we just took out a couple of these mobs initially here before we went around. But this is what you do now. You've got some patrolling cubes coming through now as well. So again, if there's any dormant mobs on these walls, you want to be careful. You're going to pull them all. Luckily enough, I don't think there's any there. We can now start our run. Now, we're going to pull every single mob we see here now all the way around the stairs where we go in a minute. The archers are a little bit slow to follow. I'm just going to grab the aggro of all of them here. I'm trying to type these guys, as you can see, mid-dungeon, follow me. If you run around quick enough, the patrol and cube don't unlock those mobs there. Which I think we might have just pulled 1. Yeah, we pulled 1 because it's activated as we were just got there. We're going to pull them all to these stairs, do all the DPS. That'll stop First of all, that'll stop the archers hitting you for quite a long time, so the archers finally come down that corner. They're the slowest ones. It'll stop them taking damage from all different angles, and it's just a really good little place to just AoE all the mobs. This mob here, Lucius, oh my god, I want to know this guy's health or defense ratings because he takes so long to kill on average for just a plain old elite mob. And he takes ages. So again, as you can see, the archers getting quite follows around the corner, but at least we weren't taking any damage from them. It's definitely the best strategy there. Get these guys out. I'm waiting for the part of the gallery to do one little bit. We've got to be careful with these. Yeah, with these patrolling cubes, you just don't want to be activating even more mobs. You will see those little glittering circles on the floor. They are like corruption dot damage, so just be careful. You don't want to sit in any of those. Take out this mob finally, because we don't want all the DPS players coming catch up. Now there's one or two mobs at the bottom of those stairs, but there's like nothing like crazy there. And then as we come up this side, up the stairs. So we essentially, if you think as you walk in, you've gone all the way around in like a big circle. And here's one of our elite mobs. You don't want to miss this guy. He does have some decent drops. This is this Scipio? Sorry, Scipio. I don't know where they're getting these names from. You want to take out all these again. No crazy mechanics to show you here. These are all just mostly trash mobs. Take them out as quickly as you possibly can. It does have the odd ability, if you like, where he kind of throws some corruption damage at you. It doesn't do too much though. You shouldn't really be dying here. You know, you should be fairly safe. And then you got like the one range mob. Absolute pain in the ass. If you can pull them all to this range mob, this would speed things up. Right, let me move on. Back down the stairs. And we're going to go right. We don't need to go left. Just a handful of mobs there, but there's nothing crazy. There's no chest. There's nothing like that. Gonna run all the way through. Like I said, there is a couple of mobs down the bottom of those stairs, but there's nothing like too much to worry about. You got a lore note there on the floor. We're going to come up the steps, and I believe we're now coming to the second boss. This is why you need all your corruption ward gear for all of these mobs. And then obviously this second boss. Now this second boss does have quite a few mechanics. I'm going to explain one of the most obvious mechanic that you have to stick to, and it really helps in the final part of the fight. So essentially what I'm typing to there then is when the boss spawns these big trolls, essentially don't kill the trolls, just put all your DPS onto the boss, and the tank will hold on to all the aggro just walking around, which I'll demonstrate for you now. Is this Karak? I always forget his name. It is, yeah. General Crassus we're fighting here, all corrupted. Now he's got a huge shield and a spear. This guy's an absolute nightmare to try and DPS. So at this first point, you want to try and pull in all the mobs and kill all the mobs. Or the ads, sorry, you want to kill all the ads first. As you can see, he's got quite a few mechanics. He's going to put dot damage on the floor. These little circles of corruption, you want to be careful with those. He's got this other skill where he basically puts up like 4 or 5 ghost soldiers and fires them towards it. You can dodge roll through that. Keep an eye out for the dodge roll in there. And then he's a nightmare. He doesn't even have a stamina bar. So it's not as if you can just keep doing stamina damage and then a heavy attack, and then start DPSing that way. Essentially, you've got to grind out a little bit slowly. You've got to grind out the DPS on him, while also focusing on all the mobs as well, because you want to kill all the ads that come through here. This guy is just putting circle around, so he's doing more dot damage. So you just want to take him out and pull him in as well. But essentially, the overall starting strat here is kill all the ads as quickly as you can. Try and kill them around the boss. There you go. There's that sort of rushing. Yeah, I would definitely say it's like a rush attack with the ghost. Again, there's no names for these. So I can't call out names. It's like Pokemon where every attack has a name. I can't call them out. I just gotta describe what they look like to you. But again, if you can pull them all in, like a Grabwell here and a Shockwave and stuff, that'd be pretty good. He also has like a leaping spear attack, so be careful. He'll just basically dive at you with the spear. And then here, he drops an absolute insane amount of fire damage on the floor. It's burn damage and just straight up pure dot damage, so be careful there. Now, what we also had here as well is one of our players there in the background. I don't know how they kept doing it. I'm not even sure. But they had like a bug where they basically like they couldn't use any moves until they got down. I think that was our healer. So we had no healer for a lot of this fight. But once the healer goes down and then gets back up, I think we're weird. I honestly only think this bug ever happens if you smash every single key on your keyboard and then it triggers it to happen. So again, more dot damage, more fire damage, more burn damage. You can see it's all being put all over the floor. At this point, I'm holding the aggro of every single mob whilst I'm awaiting them to pick up the healer. So I'm just taking all the aggro, I'm just walking them around, slowing them down, because it's a waiting game at this point. I didn't realize that this one person had aggro. Rather than run to the tank so I can pick up the aggro, I've now got to run all the way around the arena, trying to pick up this one piece of aggro. Get there. So now the healer's back up. Everyone's okay, everyone's alive. Loads more fire and dot damage on the floor. And just keeping hold of all these mobs. And at this point, I've just got to basically DPS them all on my own. I don't know whether they thought that these were trolls or not. I don't know, because I did kind of tell them when they spawn the trolls, they told it what the trolls look like. They may think these trolls are the trolls. I said stick all the DPS on the boss, and then I'll take the ads. These ads you do need to kill. before you progress into the next part. So at this point, I've just DPS'd them all myself, while holding on to the aggro of the boss as well and getting the occasional range damage from the boss. Here's the trolls, right? 2 trolls will spawn. Now you don't want to DPS these down, because every time that you kill these trolls, they just spawn more. It's an absolute waste of time. So the overall strat here is, and this is important, tanks, right? Listen in, or even groups to tell your tanks if you're passing on this information. Do what I'm doing here. You have aggro of all of the mobs. Okay, what should be happening once that little soldier dies is there's only 2 trolls and the main boss. As you can see there on the main boss's bar on that right hand side underneath my camera, I've still got aggro. Now you want to move like basically in a circle, doesn't matter what direction. You want to move backwards in a circle around the arena, because then that way you're not sitting in any of the dot damage and you're not taking too much damage from these trolls. I'm also using the heart rune, the ultimate heart rune, for the fortifying. You can see there, I've just unlocked it. So every now and again, if I think I'm a bit of a tricky situation, I use the Stoneform Heart Gem as well, which is the brand new feature from Brimstone Sands. As you can see, all the DPS players are all just pinging the boss, because essentially you want the boss to die, and then these mobs will just despawn. So you want to pull them all the way around. Every time you run out of stamina, just sort of like jolt back a little bit, gain your stamina. Hopefully you got your sturdy engine and your shield. That'll help you get this back as well. As you can see, they're just DPS, and I've got the aggro over everything here. So the DPS players and the healers, apart from that little bit of dot damage that they fire at me and then they walk into, they shouldn't be taking any damage. This is the safest part of the entire dungeon. This is the easiest part of the entire dungeon, as long as you're tanked. Basically, I wanted to help them with the DPS here, so I ran in there and I just took a couple of damage, a couple of rounds in there, just to help them out, because this fight was taking a very long time. Ideally, we would have already killed them by now if we got a couple of spear users and stuff like that. Again, look at this. You're just keeping hold of all of the aggro. It's so easy. This part is tank. It's really, really easy. Shield up most of it. Keep moving back. And then eventually, the DPS players and the healers take out this village by running and finish it. Just too long. There you go. And the troll. That is the biggest strat. Okay? It's the biggest strat. So easy. We figured that out, I think, on the second ever run of this dungeon. The first time we were just DPS on the trolls, and I was tanking the main big boss. And it took us forever because the trolls just kept respawning. So you got your chest here, and now we move into the final third. I know this is quite a bit of a long video, but again, if you want like a walkthrough guide, this is how we've got to do it, unfortunately. And also, if you don't want me to, if I was to run this with like a guild, and we were all 625, and we all took in the perfect weapons and stuff, we'd probably already be finished by now. I think it takes us like 28 minutes, I think, to do Ennead with the guild, but yeah, we took in some randoms to make it a little bit more realistic to help the guide video. So at this point, now that you're into the final third, you go back to Ancients. So you switch to your Ancient War gear and your Ancient Bane weapons. Now, as you can see here, we want to run into that far left corner. I didn't want to aggravate all those mobs on the left-hand side that are dormant. So we pull back just for a few seconds. As you can see, so look, these mobs on the left-hand side, he's not sick of these. I'm trying to just reduce the amount of mobs we've got to kill. Now you want to get every single player in the group into that corner, and these mobs at the bottom of the stairs, these are all you've got to kill in the entire of this whole huge area before you go to the final boss fights. Just those, okay? So you fight them and pull to this corner. If you pull to this corner, you don't take aggro any more in the entire area, and you also don't trigger the you pull them all in, loads of AoE, grab wells, shockwaves, all that kind of stuff. Stone form if you need it if you're a tank, you know what I mean? Wouldn't need it too much. I think I use one here. There you go. I use this so I can just go to like full DPS mode. I think this stone form is actually really, really good. I like it. I've got all 3 of the tanking heart runes. I've got all 3 of them. There's the stone form one, so you get the mending one, which is a bit of healing. There's the exploding one, which I think is pretty rare. I don't see the exploding one doing any damage. And then you've got the fortifying one, which is really good. I think it's just a 40% fortifying. Even beats the fortifying shield rush perk on my shield. Right, so as you can see, we don't need to kill any of our mobs. Come all the way up here, and this is where we go into the final boss fight. So I do start typing some of the main mechanics. You see me typing into the chat. Unfortunately, in the first run, again, this is a really hectic dungeon. Boss fight at the end, because the 2 bosses, there's loads of mechanics, there's a respawn and everything. So I start typing some of the basic mechanics here, as you'll see in the bottom left hand side. This is just proving that we're playing this with randomers that have never done this before. Now, in this video, I am going to skip, because we do wipe the first time, right? So this video will literally be like an hour long if I show you this fight and then the second fight. We managed to do it on the second fight, which is really, really good. and then also the scanning. So as you can see, I'm typing the mechanics in the side here, or the main mechanic. And then we'll skip, basically, in the video now, I'll skip off this twice, and I'll show you the second. Right, here we go. Second attempt, and then we'll record this. So, as you can see in this huge arena, there are 4 pillars in each corner. Now, as a tank, you want to grab the aggro here. Now, I do need to hit the 4 times, and we do lose the aggro on this guy. We're going to hit this 3 times, and then we're going to basically filter this. See this little pillar shape that is? We call them pillars anyway. There's 4 of them. And basically, I want to fight him on this side of the pillar, the closest to me. And then I want the healer or any range players to be on the other side of the pillar. I'll tell you why in a second. This big swirling attack, that's an obvious one that'll knock you back. And it'll also do a lot of, I think it's lightning damage. So that'll do a lot of damage. You want to jolt out of that. You want to, you know, jolt. What am I saying? You want to dodge roll out of that. He's also got another bigger hit. He'll basically bump his fists together and he'll fire a straight line attack at you, which again will also daze you and do some damage. Now here, this part. Boom. There you go. Perfect. So, we'll call him Dog Boss. Dog Boss here will basically pick a range player, normally the healer, and he'll just launch at him, okay? Leaving this big burning dot damage on the floor in his way. So if you stand behind the pillar, he'll hit the pillar and stop running. If you're not stood behind that pillar, he'll just keep following you and following you and following you all around the arena until he finally gets you, and there'll just be this burning dot damage all over the place. So as you can see here, there's only one little pillar burning dot damage from the moment he deactivates till he hits the pillar. Don't fight in that. That'll just do repeatable stacks of burns. Yeah, straight up. You don't want to fight in that. Now, this is a bit of a brute reskin, kind of, because a lot of this brute damage, so keep an eye out for this. And here we go again. Look, boom, straight into the pillar. And see this team's burning dot damage? You just leave it. Don't go and carry on the, I know you want to speed this dungeon up a little bit, but don't go and fight in it, because those stacks of burn will just keep them going. I think I got to 16 stacks of burn after standing it for just a couple seconds. So the best thing to do here is to just chill, wait for him to turn around, wait for him to come out with the dot damage. You can see the tank here maneuvering him away. So like all the DPS players don't have to stand in the dot damage. There you go. You can always see when he's going to do that mechanic of the straight line shot. He's going to bump his fist together and fire in a straight line. There we go. So we killed the Doggo boss, okay? As you can see, I typed it much better because now, second boss. What's his name? Kiru. Okay, Kiru comes in, and in general, you want to try and fight him in the center as well, a bit where we fight Doggo boss, but he'll go there on his own. Okay? Now, loads of little mechanics to look out for here, so I'll try and name them all. He's got these little beams that just circle around slowly. They'll just move around the arena. Don't stand on those or you get dot damage. When he puts a big staff beam on you, a single staff beam is important. It'll be targeting one play. You want to move away from the feet of the boss. If you don't move away from the feet of the boss, it'll trigger and stun you. Now, as you can see, he's pinged right into the middle. This is why the 4 staffs are important. Each of your players, ideally, not the tank or the healer. 4 your players need to pick a pillar each, so like forward, left, whatever, right? And then you need to close down those pillars. If you don't, this boss will continuously just push out this sort of rolling damage, okay? You can dodge through it. Time it right, you can dodge through it and you don't take any damage. But you stack rends, as you can see there. When you get hit by that puddle, you stack rends. So, important thing is, when the boss goes to the center and pings out the 4 beams to the 4 pillars, sprint, go, as quick as you can. Close down those portals with using your Azov staff. You've got to interact on them. Don't. Absolute nightmare. This is the single beam, which I'm showing you here. When you get the single beam and your DPS in this boss style, pull away. Because then obviously it's going to drop. And then you don't want that to drop on the boss's feet or else you won't be able to do DPS damage. These Roman yellows. This is a much hectic fight, by the way. This is the most hectic boss fight I've ever played in New World. If anyone's watching this. Oh, this bit here. These little thin beams. Don't stand anywhere near those. They'll do some explosion, dot, and fire damage. So just move away from those. If you ever see the little thin beams, don't carry on standing there because it will explode on you. It'll do a lot of damage. So we're going to keep DPS in this boss down. Now, you will notice at some point in this fight, we go down to just a few players. And I didn't think it was possible to do it with this few amount of players. Let's see if that's, oh, there we go again. Straight onto there. So all 4 are active, and you've got to try and dodge through them waves if you can. So you get this down as quickly as possible. If you dodge perfectly, you don't take the rend damage. I've noticed that as well. You might take a tiny stick of damage, but no rend damage. So there's the rend see. The second you get hit by that beam, rend damage. You've only got to get hit by like 2 or 3 times, and then so much rend damage on you. Healers tend to die really easily in this fight. I've noticed that so far. In 7 rounds I've known the healer always struggles the most. But if you time your dodges, which is quite hard to do, you don't take any rend damage at all. So we're going to DPS this boss down, and then you think, oh, this is easy. Oh, there we go, little thin beams again. See those there, let them explode, move away. At this point, I think we've only got 3 players left alive now. We got the healer and 2 DPS players. At this exact moment, so you DPS this guy down, right, there we go, and oh, you think, done, happy days. Not if you will. They brought back a little thing that they like to do where they respawn the bosses, and now you're going to fight both of them at the exact same time. So all the mechanics I've already explained, now combine them together, okay? So you've got all of the dog bots there, you've got that big circle I think it's lightning damage that he does there. You've got that mechanic. You've got his big fist and fire damage attack that he does. This is so hard to explain, but hopefully you built this in your knowledge so far. You've also got the one where you're going to target one player, run around and run after you and leave all the dot damage on the floor. You have to go behind the pillars to out. At the same time, you've got to kill Hiru, who's got all of look at Hiru here. I think that's how you pronounce it, or Heru. Probably Heru, I don't know. All of Heru's mechanics here as well. Now, our healer has just died. We're now down to we're down to 1 tank and 1 DPS. Okay? And the pillars. All 4 pillars. There we go. I got lucky there because he ran after me and then hit that pillar, leaving all this dot damage on the floor. Now, we have got maybe, what, a third of both boss fights health to do with just 1 tank and 1 DPS. 0 heals. All we have is pots, art runes, fortifying, whatever we can do, right? Now, one thing to note, guys, you need to kill these 2 bosses together. Now, when I say together, you don't technically have to kill them stood next to each other. That's a lot easier to do, by the way, if you do that. As long as you can hold on the damage. But you need, when they actually physically now die, you need to kill them like roughly at the same time. If you don't, he's going to respawn and he gets half his health back. Now, as you can see here, we've got 2 players and 4 players. At this point, when I was streaming this all live on Twitch, I was like, no, bro. We're going to have to go and do this. There's no way 2 players. See a perfect dodge there, I'll take that. There's no way 2 players can take down all 4 pillars. Whilst I've still got aggro from this dog, there's no way. I'm more shocked than anybody. We managed. I don't know if it's too much, but I'm sure you can point out at this point. We managed to 2-man this, right? This is why the fight took so long at the end. Such a great fight. I even managed to pull this guy up. It's such an epic fight. This, honestly, when I was streaming this live, I was like, oh my god, there's no way we're going to get through this. We're just going to die here. There's 2 of us. All we've got is pot. But I mean, like, it's not happening. So, one thing I like to do, I like to DPS these 2 bosses next to each other, so then you do roughly equal damage to both. Like I said, if we were to kill Dog Boss now, I think we get around 5 to 10 seconds, kill the boss, and then if you don't have them both dead at the same time, the first one resurrects with like half health, and then you go and fighting again. It's an absolute nightmare. This requires a lot of dodging, a lot of blocking, a lot of fortifying fortifying shield rush on the shield. That's a big one for a tank. You know what I mean? It requires your health pot, it requires your regen pot, it requires your gemstone dust. It's such an epic fight. I mean, it's so good. And if anybody's watching this and you've not played in a New World Dungeon for a very long time, or maybe you're a player or whatever, you're thinking, wait, what? New World has mechanics? Yeah, now it has mechanics, okay? And obviously, if you've got all 5 players like alive right now, you can able to finish this because you get enough DPS. So essentially, we've got our healer, and we've got 2 more DPS players outside. So our goal here is to literally just stay alive, whilst also trying to DPS them roughly equally, okay? As you can see, the health bars are really, really close to each other. That is almost perfect, okay? Almost perfect. So back into the stone form and just carry on fighting. Such a good fight. There's mechanics everywhere. I think if we'd have got 1 more set of the pillars, I think we would have won. If we had to go and do the pulls one more time, I don't think we would have managed it. As you can see here, the 2 health bars from the 2 big bosses, really, really close to each other. Okay, we'll show you down one. We've literally only got a couple of seconds to down the second one, or he respawns, and that would be an absolute nightmare. So you see here, DPS is going to really, really help. Hopefully I've explained all the different mechanics that happen at the same time. This is a very, very hectic race. If you ever like wipe on your first couple of goes, don't worry. We wiped once or twice in our first couple of goes as well. There you go. So 1 boss is down. We've only got a couple of seconds. We have to down this guy, or the first boss that we downed will then resurrect us on the I'm not gonna lie, guys. I didn't think it was possible to 2-man that end bit, especially with the 4 kills mechanic in there. No heals. I didn't think it was possible. I mean, I really didn't. Now, there is a glitch at the top here. So, obviously pick up your baggie and then hopefully a little folding and turn around. Yeah, I didn't know what to type these guys in the bottom left, as you can see here in this ultimate guide. I didn't know what to type. I was like, hey, it's all part of the learning. This is how you play MMOs. There's no point like, you know, crying that everyone's dying or moaning that everyone's dying. At the end of the day, if you don't teach people how to play the brand new mechanics, how are they ever supposed to learn, you know? I hope this guide video really, really helps. But yeah, you've got a glyph over there, as you can see in the center. Make sure you pick up that glyph. That's quite important. And then your final chest up the stairs. There you go, you got your seal. I've already finished it. You basically just put the stairs, the final chest, and then that is this dungeon done. I'll let it close and see the final chest. But guys, look, ultimate guide video. This is now the last PvE dungeon to add to my YouTube collection. If you like all these kind of guides, or if you need guides for any other dungeon, need any of that, then just subscribe to the channel. That'd be amazing. We finally got past 500 subscribers. We plan on bringing out even more guide content, but also like hidden things in the game, ways to do the game better. We've also got a improved DPS on the hatchet guide video coming out, where we compare thwarting strikes and a burial attunement, or whatever it's called. We actually compare those two, and we found those. So there you go. I'll pause this video here. But guys, that's the end of the video. If you like these guide videos, if it helped you out, please like the video. Comment down below. Let me know if it was, you know, if it really did help you out. And please do subscribe to the channel. I always forget when I'm watching other people's videos. I always forget to subscribe to the channel. And then sometimes I'll watch some of these videos like 50 times. I'm like, oh, I forgot to sub. So please sub to the channel if this guide video helped you out. And if you want to check me out on Twitch, this is where we record all this live. You can watch me doing these guide videos if you like sort of live. You can ask me any questions you want, and then just chill when we're doing general chill New World content. It's twitch.tv/LiamH. But guys, there it is. That is a big video, long video, but look, if the guide helped you, let me know in the comment section down below, and I'll see you in the next video.
A letter from Amiens. And it cost the lives of his comrades. Prefect Rhodes, my thanks. I hate to impose on you further. You've already done so much. And by the way, I...
Praise Jupiter. The Praetorians who remained are spread very thin, but I will send reinforcements to Captain Claremont when I can. I'm glad you found her. I sent her to check on the status of the city's evacuation days ago. Had no word from her until now.
Ito! You must understand to an educated historian like me. The corruption sounds quite ridiculous. Alas, now I've lost all my notes for my trouble.
That was the situation is even more grim, I'm afraid. I spied a large number of siege weapons. I'm certain now.
Your courage is...
Oh, I know how we can do it. Raid the enemy's camp and return.
I would not judge all Romans by those few. Oh, I began working on a new book about textiles and evolving fashion among the Roman exiles. It may be a less prestigious topic, but looms are less likely to stab me to death.
Good. I've seen that man burn New Corsicans well. Approach with caution. Primus Vespasian guards the siege weapons. He's a former gladiator, and his skills are legendary. Best of luck, hero. Good guess. It can reverse Medusa's curse. I wonder if that's how the Legion freed themselves from the petrification. But now that you possess a file, I believe you can help New Corsica further.
have the... Shh. I must pray. Hear me, Atum Shu, and I... There, place it. We must have faith. New Corsica has lived according to the will of the gods for centuries. We must be worthy. But do be careful, please. awoke. Do not speak such blasphemy! I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I have failed the No, the plan was sound. It was the instrument that failed. Tell her I will accept whatever punishment she deems appropriate. But
tầng để có Dragonborn.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
What? What? Who said shut the fuck up? It sounds like they're 12.
Hey, all you people over there standing, come over here and give us a tip, would you?
Hey, shut up.
I said shut the fuck up.
Hey, stop being rude. It's a free country, alright? They can talk if they want, alright? They can talk if they want. It's a free country, alright? That's right. That's right. Shut up.
Have you ever fucked the shut up though? I can't shut the fuck up. I'm a woman.
It's past your bedtime, brother. Too bad we man, no.
implying that the fault lay with the gods? Blasphemy! They must If we do not prove ourselves worthy, the gods will never return. Farewell, an age of enlightenment.
You must kiss cliffs up. I dare not contemplate such a horror. Not for a noble soul like Evandrus. But if such is his fate, please release him from that hellish torment.
Vision. Who? Where is my father? The other Centurions? How? No. No. Great gods, this is too much. I must go to the city at once. If Tribune Kraus fights for New Corsica, return and report what has happened here.
Good. I'll return to defend the city as soon as I'm able. It would be an honor to fight alongside the noble Evangelist. Oh, thank you, hero.
Deceive lies. See for yourself. He has gone to the windswept highlands where our enemy makes their camp. Find Evandrus and order him to return to New Corsica. If he refuses, then prove yourself worthy and slay him.
It is. She's convinced of it. The power. Yes. My father always said that knowing your enemy's mind is vital to devising a stratagem. Their courier camp should have their deployment reports. If you acquire them, they can reveal them.
Men before we thought not as sorry as I am. But if you could retrieve the book of Funerary You return. We must have committed some great transgression to have the afterlife denied to us.
You have the... You've certainly had an effect on Drusilla. She's determined to discover who Drusilla has... That is a fact. Destroying their supplies and armaments would have a significant impact on their fighting strength.
Evander. I remember the day I told him I was retiring.
Thank you, thank you.
Please, please. Yeah, well, expected that possibility, but not the precise nature of the reaction. We must annihilate the creature. Place this lure in their den and fight until the Alpha appears. Slay it, then meet me in the Enclave for your reward.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another New World Gold Guide. In this video, I'm going to show you what I've been making over the last few days since Brimstone Sands has been released. Now, I have a lot of gold. I am nearly gold cap in my inventory, so 439,000. And in my company, I also have 337,000. Now, when I started, when Brimstone Sands updated, I was at around about 300,000 total. So I've made an insane amount of gold over the last few days, and I'm going to explain to you everything that I did to make this gold. Now, keep in mind, this is going to depend on your server, and also the prices of this stuff are going to be going down over time. So you're probably going to want to do this in the next kind of week before the market stabilizes, because there are some really good opportunities to make gold right now. So let's jump into the marketplace and I'll show you exactly what I've been selling to make gold in New World after the Brimstone Sands update. Now keep in mind, guys, this is not going to be a video on where to farm this stuff or where to find it. I will do more videos on that in the near future. This is more just showing you what I've been doing to make gold. And why it's important to get onto this now, because if you don't, you could potentially miss out on a huge opportunity, okay? So the first thing I sold to make insane amounts of gold is sulfur. Now, sulfur is going down in price, but it's still very worth doing. You can make extremely good gold still doing this. But more importantly, right, so this is the sulfur. These are sulfur prices on my server. More importantly, if you have a full set of smelting gear, which is what I have somewhere in my inventory. So I've got a full set of smelting gear. So when I do my smelting, you obviously get a bigger percent, and I think it's like nearly 70% with all the gear on. So you're making well over 50% or even 60% even without the gear, and so you get so much more sulfur. And you're essentially getting free sulfur, and you make heaps of money doing that. Now, one of the other ways that I've been making insane gold is by going and farming the bosses for the Halloween and getting the coins and getting great axe patterns. Let's wait for this guy to shut up. Okay. Oh, he's still going. Okay. Hatchet patterns. So the ones that have been making me the most is the great axe, hatchet, and the great sword. These three have been making me insane gold. And the reason is, I don't think I have a hatchet one on me right now. No, but I do have other ones. Right, so here's a bow one, for example, right? This is why they are so hot right now. Because what happens is you get you get guaranteed 600 gear score, you get a guaranteed perk of keen, but then you get a chance of rolling 2 other perks. So what people are doing is they just keep re-rolling until they get the, you know, it's a very, very good way of trying to get a good weapon, because you're guaranteed a legendary. So people are buying these patterns over and over and over again to try and roll these specific weapons. So these Halloween patterns are really, really expensive, and they're only going to go up in value as time goes on, because when the Halloween thing stops, people are still going to want to get their hands on these. So I've been farming these hardcore and saving up as many as I can. But the most important thing is people keep re-rolling, right? So it's not like a one-off, you get the legendary and you get only a set amount of perks or set type of perks. You can re-roll 2 different perks each time. Another one I've been making money on, gold, is Thorny Vines. Thorny Vines, been making insane amounts of gold. A friend of mine made 80,000 gold on the first day of Brimstone Sands. I actually have no idea what these are used for, but I have been selling these as well and making insane gold. Now, golden scarabs are another one. However, for some reason, I was getting like 4 or 5 a day. And then after the patch, the latest patch to fix things, I've been getting none. So I think they might have secretly nerfed it. If that's the case, just watch the market, because the price could skyrocket in the future. However, I've been making a ton of gold. Well, I made a ton of gold at the start, because I sold them for like 40,000, 50,000 each, is selling these golden scarabs, okay? Now, it really is going to depend on your server, but I do believe the price could potentially go up, but I'm not 100% sure because I can't predict the future. But if you have a bunch of these that you don't need, you definitely want to go and sell these. Now, these are a big money maker right now, for obvious reasons. If you can get your hand on some great sword timeless shards and you don't need them, I don't use them because I don't have no interest in using the great sword. I like the hatchet and spear and bow and stuff. you can make insane amounts of gold with these right now. I've been selling quite a few of these. I've been getting them from chest on chest runs. I've only had about maybe 3 or 4 so far, which I think is actually quite a lot considering, but then I do play quite a lot as well. But anyway, these are making insane gold right now, so you do want to definitely jump in and try and get these on your chest runs. Now, corrupted lodestones are going down on my server quite quickly. These were like 1500 the other day. They're going down quite fast, 900 last night. If you have some corrupted lodestones and you don't need them right now, you might want to sell them because people, you know, they're making their heart runes, but a lot of people are actually just getting their heart runes from the expeditions, and they're not really upgrading them right now because they don't have the other materials. But these are going down in price, so it's really up to you whether you want to sell these or not. However, I've been offloading mine because it's just not worth me keeping them. I'm probably going to be able to buy them for cheaper later. Now, another one that I've made insane gold from as well is chitin parts. I guess that's how you pronounce it, I'm not sure. These are going for 5 gold around about on my server. These are extremely easy to farm. You can get hundreds and hundreds an hour. So I would recommend, if you're looking for simple, easy gold, I would recommend going and farming these parts. So I will have a video in the future on how you can actually go and farm these and the best spots. But those are the ways that I've been making gold. I would recommend, if you just want easy gold right now, is go and farm these and go and farm the sulfur chunks so you can make sulfur. These are the 2 best money making methods for beginners in Brimstone Sands that I've found to date. If you are essentially starting from scratch and you have no gear. All right, guys. Oh, and also, sorry, this as well. This is a really, really good one, honestly, because people are going to keep needing these over and over again. And the longer, oh, that voice. The longer you keep them, the more valuable they're going to become over time. All right, guys, that's how I've been making insane gold in New World right now. 430,000 here, and then in my company, 337,000 here. So nearly 1 million gold, and probably at least, I would reckon, 60% of that is from the last couple of days in the Brimstone Sands. Make sure to hit the subscribe button, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hello, New World gamers. Happy Tuesday. It's me, Lamani, and today I'm going to be giving you a little video just talking about how I make my gold, what I'm doing, and how to make fast, really solid amounts of gold and potentially hundreds of thousands, right? And these are just some easy things you can do every day, some things you can do at the market, and just very common general things that will start yielding you thousands of gold so that you can, you know, get better gear, up those trade skills, and do whatever you need to do. Before we get started, look down below. I got the socials linked down there, and I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday around 10:30, 11 a.m. Central Time. Go for about 5 hours on Twitch TV, and that is Central Time again. But if you need anything, feel free to drop in that Twitch chat. Come on, talk to me, leave me a DM or a comment down below. So, just another quick update. Things coming this week. We have this video. I'm going to be talking about another one in a little bit here. We have our new potential healing meta video and maybe another one coming later this week, but we're going to start off today. So, I just want to talk about gold really quick. If anybody watched my stream on Monday, I was sitting around like 15k-ish, 5k-ish. It's now Monday night, and I'm up to 160,000 gold just doing some of these methods that I actually did on stream if you go back and check the VOD, and another one. But where are we actually going to start? Well, first, I'm going to preface this with talking about daily cooldowns. So if any of you aren't familiar with your daily cooldowns, look in your trade skills, go into the refining section. You can't see my weaving here, but I have smelting, woodworking, leatherworking, stone cutting, and weaving. The big thing that I actually do, I think this is one of the most easy and consistent ways of making money, and you have a couple options when it comes to refining. But one is just buying the materials and then going and crafting it. Like, for instance, me going and crafting Asmodeum, right? I need Tolvium, I need Cinnabar, and I need Orichalcum ingots. Now, do you net a ton of money for doing this? You net a couple hundred, but you also, if you have gear on, will have some bonus chance potential. But the other real big thing you can do is just simply sell your cooldown. Once you're at 200, you can say in trade chat, hey, I'm selling my cooldown for Asmodeum. Somebody will hit you up, give you like 1.5k in mats, and then take your Asmodeum. Something like that, right? But in general, I would be price checking, making sure, okay, is it worth for me to do, you know, my woodworking one today and getting glittering ebony, right? Now, the biggest thing you have to be aware of, though, is wearing your trade skill gear. I constantly have mine on. The more trade skill gear you have on, the better, right? Like Tanner's set is super cheap, and then you're getting a whole 10% chance of getting a bonus prop. Things like smelter gear or a lot of the shirts or other random pieces like helmets can be very expensive, but there is tons of long-term potential for it. So just in general, using your daily cooldowns. Now, with daily cooldowns, if you are crafting themselves, one big thing you can do is actually roll gear with them. So like that's what I do a lot, and that's how I make a lot of money as well. And you roll that gear, figure out, you know, what are some solid perks, what are some things you want to try and see, what are the things that sell for a lot, what are those high priority shards, maybe a lot of shards sitting in your bank. Going and rolling gear can net you a ton of money. Like today alone, I've sold a couple pieces for tens of thousands, 3 or 4 different pieces, and I'm just sitting here chilling, and I have a bunch of other pieces posted on the market. Now let's pivot this into market stuff. The biggest way to make gold, in my opinion, is if you go buy orders. Okay, so for me specifically, I have all of these buy orders on food, right? I just throw in, you know, 3K, 4K, whatever on food. You can also see here, I have a ton of sell orders, you know, gear, all kinds of gear stuff. Just stuff I am going to sell and make money on, let it sit, somebody will buy it eventually. Anyway, back to buy orders. If you are a person, you're a person who has, you know, 50,000 gold, you're sitting there like, what can I do to make gold? Well, it's like real life, people. Let your money work for you, okay? So, for instance, right, we'll just bring up, okay, like, let's see. What would be a great example? Let's look at string beans, okay? I have a buy order, 30 cents piece, 4,000, okay? Now, if I go to string beans right now, I'm going to explain to you what I actually do with mine, but they're at 85 per, then go to 90. Right, so essentially I'm paying half that cost and I'm getting string beans. Now I have options, right? I can either straight up sell them, make triple my money, or I can use them. But the biggest thing is, when you put a buy order in, it is going to look a little bit scary, right? Like this is only 1,100 gold that I have right here, but it's going to look scary because your gold's going to go down. But in reality, if you don't end up buying it, you're going to get that gold back, and anything that you do buy, you will be able to flip for a higher price and make that gold back again, regardless of tax and everything else. So it's just simple investing of, okay, why are you even sitting there with 50K when you're getting off at the end of the night? Put in some buy orders, make a little bit of money. Obviously, don't put your entire bankroll in there, but put in the buy orders to get the money. Now, for me, personally, what do I like doing with my buy orders? As you can see, I have thousands of food, and I just put in all of these. But I have thousands of food sitting here. What am I going to do with it? Well, I am going to craft, well, you can see my cooking proficiency is actually at 100, okay? Why am I doing this? I am getting as many of these foods as possible because I can buy them all for like, again, I'll show you. Something as simple as like cranberries, okay? If people sell me cranberries, I put 320 gold in this, but actual cranberry price, again, if I flip these, is one gold. Okay, but if I can buy them that low, what I'm doing is I'm crafting hearty meals, which you can then also sell, but then you get bonus procs, okay? And what are the high-ticket bonus proc items? I made a video about this a while back, but like, for instance, on my VOD today, you can see I got 100 Tarragon just from crafting my hearty meals, and I probably put 5K gold into it, okay? Just this Tarragon alone is yielding me 6,000 gold. Yep, quick maths. There's things like Sumptuous Rabbits, right? There's Bear Flanks. You see I have 100 Sumptuous Rabbits after today. We look at Bear Flanks. These I bought a bunch of, but I have 458. Now, with these big ticket items, again, you can once again sell the food, or you can pivot it into crafting. And so I'm just giving you a quick example, but with trade skills, like cooking, you can buy a lot of the mats low, and then craft something, and then sell it, right? Or, for me, like, I'm pivoting my 5K that I spent on, like, cranberries, blueberries, red meat, and string beans, right? I'm making hearty meals, right? And I'll just show you an example. Okay, so let's just do one really fast. While we're sitting here, I can do this, I can do this, I can use honey, and we can use my oregano. Okay, or actually, let's do this, because I don't want to burn that, because I'm using it for something. I'll burn my pork, and then I'll do my honey, right? And I make 106 meals. Almost with my Sumptuous Rabbits. I would have cried. Tender... That was good catch on Lamani there. All right. So you go, and boom, I get a proficiency cache. Let's see, okay? Let's see, what's in this one? And we go, I get string beans, peppercorn, prime red meat, pork belly, all this stuff. Nutmeg going for like 3 per, something like that. I don't really know. But you can get procs of, I got a 20 Tarragon. Imagine you have good luck. Boom, you're good to go. But what am I also doing then? Back onto the crafting train. I take that Tarragon, or I take those rabbits, or I take whatever, and I start to craft some really like big ticket foods. For instance, roasted rabbit. Let's find it. Roasted rabbit with seasoned vegetables. This goes for about 65 gold per. Everybody is handing them out on wars. You can align with the war schedule. And right now, without any cooking gear on, without major trophies, I'm at a 43% chance to craft an additional one. I can boost that up to 55. If I'm crafting these 100 or so rabbits, that should yield me about another 50. And then I'm making even more money on my money. But in reality, I spent, you know, 5, 10K maybe on cheat mats to craft 10,000 hearty meals or whatever. I've never actually crafted that many. And I just pivot the resources into things that people will buy. So what am I trying to say with my demonstration? You can do this with anything, okay? With jewel crafting, with smelting, with any of these professions. There are ways to buy orders low and then make things and sell them high. That's it. So I think that is a huge way to make some extra money, and I'm going to start doing that a lot more often on stream just to show people what I've been doing because it's been helping me, and I'm a person who typically struggles with gold. That was a long-winded way of telling you use your professions and buy orders to make a lot of gold. Now, what's my final way of actually making money? I mentioned this earlier. So we take trade skill items like, you know, my Orichalcum or my Asmodeum or my Runic Leather, my Phoenix Weave, and we roll things, right? So I roll gear. That's a great way of doing it. Like, again, we rolled Dan a bunch of stuff. If you look at my sell orders, like a lot of this is Shadewalker and weird things. And it's going to sit there for a little bit. It's similar to like WoW Transmog Market. And these aren't recent now because the game does not like to show these. But I've been selling things all day, just popping in and out. I just sold a pair of boots for 100K, right? It just depends on how lucky you get. And yeah, it is a little bit of a gamble, but you can pivot your resources that you craft throughout the week. You know, wear your weaver's gear, your tanner gear, your smelter gear, whatever, and get more. And then just try and roll more. Or again, you can sell those resources straight up. But what is the other thing that you can do? Go on the market and snipe pieces, okay? Right? You just go through, like, you know, let's say I know that Sacred's a great ring roll, right? And I'm looking and I find something with Sacred. And I'll scroll through and I'll look at, you know, anything that is 600 gear score and just see, you know, like, what is this price? What are these stats? And think about it. What is the stat that I'm looking at? What are the perks I'm looking at? And how much money could I actually make out of this, right? Like, sometimes people will sell these kinds of rings, right? If I see a Sacred with a focus roll for 5K, I'm probably going to buy it, right? Because somebody's going to want it. There'll be somebody out there, post it in trade chat, boom, there you go. But so what I'm going to do for you is I'm going to have a video coming soon that is going to cover every single piece of gear and tell you what are the best perks to be looking for. But in general, so that'll be coming later this week. So we're going to go through, like, you know, life staff. What are the perks you should be looking for in gear? And then how are we looking for certain gear, or what is gear valued at? But as far as gear goes, when we're trying to, you know, snipe and sell gear or even roll gear, I think the gear market is the biggest one to really make money on. What you have to think of is, one, if it's crafting stuff, even if it's a real item, one, how much is the shard that got used to craft it? Two, what are the stats on it? Like, for instance, if I'm rolling Khan, you know I have to burn 10 Khan guardsmen, so that's going to be like, you know, a 3K right there, you know. And then what are the perks? So one, you know, what are the perks? But two, is it 1 perk? Is it 2 perk bis? Is it 3 perk bis? And there's a drastic difference between a 2 perk bis item versus a 3 perk bis item. If you have 3 usable perks, you're sitting at like the hundreds of thousands of gold. For instance, the boots that I sold today, they were Accelerating Light's Embrace, Aversion, and a Rezil, right? Light boot, right? Light boot, very expensive shard if I just look up a shoe shard. So it's going to just cost you more to roll these if I can actually find these. It's like, I don't know, something like this. If I get rid of the perk, it's like 1K a roll at least. Right? Shards aren't as expensive anymore, but regardless, I'm rolling these. It's gonna cost me more money to roll light. It's gonna cost me more money to have 3 perk and have it legendary. People will buy it for hundreds of thousands of gold. Gear market is great. Set up systems with buy orders and do your daily cooldowns. And then whatever else it is to make money, just go around, harvest random stuff, do your thing. But there is so much potential just doing simple buy orders on the market, people. That's all. That's all I'm gonna tell you for today. Keep your YouTube ready for when that gearing and armoring video comes out, and I'm going to go through all the perks that you should be looking for gear you should be keeping on PvE runs, on whatever you're doing, and you will be ready to be a market fiend. But for now, I hope this helps, just showing you what I do on a general basis. This is what Dan does too. A lot of gamers if you are somebody who struggles with money. I mean, I feel like it is somewhat, you know, it might seem obvious to some of you, but some people don't realize, right? Playing the market, it's very simple. Just let your money work for you. Anyway, I'm Imani. Thanks for watching. I appreciate all of you. Hit the socials down below. Hit the stream. And if you need anything in the meantime, please feel free to message me. DMs are best on Discord. But as always, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. And thank you to every single one of you. Beautiful people for being you. Peace.
Oof, that would explain the sulfur and Azoth present in their lair. And it isn't the first time the angry earth has transformed the creatures of the wilds.